We welcome you to downtown Houston, where last night we had a football-like score with the Texans beating the Buccaneers 14-7, except for it was the Astros over the Rays in game one of this four-game series from Minute Maid Park. Today we kick off the month of August. The Astros starting today 33 games over 500. The Rays at 54-53, one game over. Hi, everybody, and welcome to another night of Astros baseball. I'm Todd Callis alongside Jeff Blum. And Blummer, good way to kick off that homestand, seeing the offense continue to play well here at home.
Yeah, a good way to distract from that trade deadline is to have your offense go out there and put up 14 runs. Anybody could be on the mound when they're scoring that many.
And our Toyota time to play, the guy at the top of the lineup is a rookie, and he's producing.
Yeah, Derek Fisher is a nice addition. He got a little bit of a chance right before that trade deadline. May have led to the reason why Nori Aoki and Teoscar Hernandez have now been traded. He will be inserted in this lineup. With Springer out of that lineup, he's got an opportunity at the top in that leadoff position for A.J. Hinch. He is very good at strike zone command. You can see him reaching base in 10 of the first 11 games he's played in the big leagues. We've seen him play some pretty good defense all over the outfield, but for me that bat is the thing that really comes around and has done some nice things. 3 home runs, and if you really look deeply into this, he fits into this ball club nicely because he's bald and he has a beard.
He goes along well with Brian McCann, Evan Gattis on this team. As we get ready for more, as Julie Morales will discuss the historic month of July for Jose Altuve, a month we may never see the likes of for a long time. Julie will chronicle it next.
Hard to top that month. I mean, it's I don't know how quickly they turn around the Player of the Month award, but they can bring it down to Houston.
Welcome in, Jose Altuve and the Houston Astros get ready for game 2 of this 4-game series. That was the manager on his all-star second baseman. We're closing the books on July, so we start a brand new month. And Jose Altuve last night had 2 hits, went 2 for 4, 2 RBI, a stolen base, but then was lifted from the game after the Astros took a big lead over Tampa Bay. Got to get off of his feet. And when you think about the month that he put together, it was well deserved. Remember that 19-game hitting streak he had? That was impressive, but the number of hits this guy put together in 1 month was even more impressive. Our Shiner Light Blonde Spotlight taking a look at the month. The numbers are just unbelievable. Really hitting 485, that's ranked 9th in Major League history, and it's the highest by an Astros player in any month in franchise history. Led the league in OBP, OPS, hits, total bases, 48 hits for Altuve in the month of July. When we asked him about his month, he said he knew he was hitting the ball well, but what was key for him was just to do the same thing every time he went up to bat, whether it was right here at Minute Maid Park or even on the road. Just find a way to get on base and drive his teammates in. The skipper, A.J. Hinch, you heard him earlier. He's always complimentary of his all-star second baseman, like I said, but constantly impressed with him, said he seems to make the impossible possible. We'll see what he does tonight. The heart and soul of this team is starting a brand new month, as are the Astros taking on Tampa Bay. It's all next right here.
Sportsnet is presented by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. We begin the month of August with Mike Fiers taking the mound for the Houston Astros. He has made more starts and pitched more innings than anybody in this Astros rotation. Game 2 of this 7-game homestand. Game 2 of the 4-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays. And here's how Kevin Cash will line things up for the Rays. Corey Dickerson at the top of the lineup. A couple of lefties at the top. In fact, 4 of the first 5 against Fiers today are left-hand hitters, with only Evan Longoria hitting right-handed. Adeiny Echeverria, Peter Borges, Malik Smith, and last night a guy who pitched, Jesus Sucre, behind the plate and hitting 9th for Tampa Bay.
On the mound for your Houston Astros, you're looking at Mike Fiers, easily the best pitcher in their rotation right now. 20 starts this season. This will be his 21st. You see 111 innings and racking up strikeouts at 114. Very good opponent batting average against him. He's been especially good in the last 12 games. The record has been 6-3, 2.84 ERA in those 12 games. He's also got 78 punch-outs and 69 2/3.
Taking a look at the defense behind Mike Fiers tonight. Josh Reddick's back in there in right field. Derek Fisher in left. Jake Marisnick in center. Marwin Gonzalez, after the day off, will play shortstop. Yuli Gurriel, who is flip-flopped between first and third at times. is now back at first, and Evan Gaddis behind the plate. So we're underway with Corey Dickerson digging into the batter's box. Dickerson hit 2 opposite field home runs in last night's game, and that gave him 40 opposite field hits on the season. He is in the top 3 in the American League in that category, as he starts the night with a .302 batting average and a 21 home run, 49 RBI line in that leadoff spot. He is a very aggressive leadoff hitter, swings to the first pitch often, as he does here, and sends one high in the air to Jake Marisnick. And Marisnick puts it away for out number 1, so 1 pitch, 1 out for Fiers.
It's good pace.
Well, if you look through the rotation, there's not one guy in this rotation that's on pace for a 30-start season except for Mike Fiers. He has taken the ball every 5 days, with the lone exception of when he was in the bullpen for a day, and even then he just had it bumped back a little bit to his next start. But he has been the one healthy starter for the Astros in 2017. Brad Peacock has remained healthy too, but he started the year in the bullpen. Here's Lucas Duda. He's off to a nice start in his Rays career. He has 3 home runs in his 4 games with Tampa Bay. A little bit just wide of the bag down the third base line. It's 1-1. Duda hitting a home run in his last at bat in the 9th inning of that 14-7 game last night. That's a called strike, says the crew chief. Jeff Kellogg behind home plate tonight.
Good pitch. I like doubling up on the inside after you just blew him up, and he meagerly fouled one off down that left field line.
Tried to break that curveball over the outside corner and missed. It's 2-2.
Wasn't the best of starts for Fiers last time he was out there, only going 4 innings. In those 4 innings in Philadelphia, threw 102 pitches.
Since the end of May, there are only 2 pitchers in the American League with lower ERAs. A guy named Corey Kluber in Cleveland and a guy named Chris Sale in Boston. And then Mike Fiers. Pretty good company.
Only one of them doesn't have a Cy Young.
Fiers was a trade deadline acquisition just a little more than 2 years ago. Came over from the Brewers. Inside out swing, and that's a base hit. Duda the other way, finding some open territory in left field. He's a 1-out base runner.
Piece of hitting, and there's that lowest ERA since May 30th. Mike Fiers jumping on there with that 2.63. Astros have needed it. Injuries in that rotation, issues in that bullpen. When you got that high-powered offense like we saw last night, that 2.63 looks very nice.
He's had 4 starts in that stretch where he's gone at least 7 innings. But he's also had 2 starts in the month of July where he went 4 innings. To say he's been pretty good working out of the stretch is an understatement. He has worked out of the stretch a lot in the month of July.
Really has. Not so much early on in the season, giving up those 18 home runs early on. He was watching guys jog right past him across home plate. But once those guys do get on, and he has pitched out of a lot of damage, he's done a relatively good job of keeping them on the bases.
That pitch was inside, but probably catchable as it got away from Gaddis. Not sure if he got crossed up, but he just didn't handle that one. No meeting. There wasn't a guy on second base, so that could easily be a pass ball. 2-0 the count to Longoria.
Yeah, it really didn't look like Evan reached for it. Kept tailing away.
Instead, they're going to put that one on Fiers and call it a wild pitch. This ball is crushed to left field. Longoria puts his head down and starts jogging because this is up on the train tracks. Right up on the train tracks in left field for Longoria. 2-run home run, his 17th of the year. And the Rays are on top 2-0.
Mike Fiers is a fly ball pitcher. You heard A.J. Hinch saying that this Tampa Bay Rays team is a fly ball hitting team. It's a pretty good location for Evan to try and launch, and he did.
2-0 changeup, and he absolutely crushed it against the Nolan Ryan Texas beef car on the train tracks.
Trying to knock Bobby Dynamite out of the train.
He didn't miss Bobby by much. Here's Logan Morrison. Well, the Rays will hit a lot of home runs. They will strike out a lot, but they're amongst the leaders in home runs and have been all season long. Their top home run hitter is at the plate right now, Logan Morrison. Logan has hit a home run in over 31% of his hits this year. 26 total home runs. Lately, he's been struggling too for his last 26. Coming back in his second game from a heel injury, still DHing and not playing first base. That's his 5th time as a DH this year. 2-0 pitch foul back. Mentioned the home runs early in the season. 18 allowed by Fiers in his first 9 games. But since then, only 4 until tonight. That's now 5 in his last 11 plus this start. So the long ball hasn't been hurting him as much. It's 2-2 to Logan Morrison. Longoria does see the ball well out of Fiers' hands. He's now 4 for 9 with 3 home runs. Upstairs with a fastball and the count's full. Last night the Astros put it on the Rays 14-7. It was the first time Tampa Bay pitching had allowed 14 runs or more in over 2 years. That ball's hit well to right field, and Logan Morrison has gone back-to-back with Longoria. Morrison's 27th of the year. And just like that, it's a 3-0 game.
Might have been that cut fastball, 87 miles an hour.
That cutter has not been an effective pitch and has gone kind of more and more to the wayside in recent starts for Fiers.
But just a location. Check it out on our MD Anderson strike zone, cutting back into that inner third. And as a hitter, there's not much thought process. It's more of a reaction.
Here's Brad Miller. After back-to-back home runs. Called strike. Miller moved up 1 spot in the original order. He was batting 6th, but Steven Souza Jr. a late scratch. A little foot issue that he's dealing with. Trying to play through it, but warmed up before the game, not ready to go, so Miller moves up a spot. Peter Borges is in the lineup in his place, batting in the 7th spot. Miller and Echeverria moved up. 2-1 the count to Brad Miller. Batting average hasn't been where Miller wants it this year. He's only at .202, but he has drawn 43 walks and has a .342 on base percentage. The helmet would make Josh Reddick proud.
Really would.
That's popped high in the air on the infield. Altuve all by himself. 2 outs. There was a stretch this season from start 2 through start 7 of the year for Mike Fiers where he had allowed at least 2 home runs in all 6 of those starts. But then he went the next 13 starts, only allowing multiple home runs in one of those starts. A couple of solo home runs by the Minnesota Twins and a 12-2 victory. Broken back ground ball with the bat of Echeverria. Gonzalez up and over, and that'll do it. But a 3-spot put on the board with 2 home runs. Rays on top 3-0. Astros coming to bat with this lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Derek Fisher back at the top. He has reached in 10 of 11 games at the big league level. Jose Altuve off that remarkable month of July. Josh Reddick back in the lineup. Yuli Gurriel hits in the cleanup spot. Marwin Gonzalez back in there playing short. Carlos Beltran is the DH. Evan Gattis behind the plate. Alex Bregman at third. And last night's hero, Jake Marisnick, with 5 RBIs. That's number 9.
It's going to be a tough matchup with Chris Archer going for the Tampa Bay Rays, making his 23rd start on the season. He is durable, 13 consecutive starts of at least 6 innings pitched. And he's also had, in the month of July, 46 punch-outs, and he's second in the American League with 177 punch-outs.
Defensively behind Archer, Peter Borges, a lot of speed in center field. Malik Smith can cover some ground in right as well. Danny Echeverria has been a nice addition to the infield since coming over from Miami. Jesus Sucre behind the plate. Evan Longoria, former Gold Glover, at third. Fisher 13 for 41, including 3 home runs. Hit his 3rd home run in last night's game. He went back-to-back with Jake Marisnick on Jake's 1st home run. Fisher getting a chance to play regularly at the top of the lineup for now. George Springer, they anticipate coming back sometime over the weekend. We'll see how that plays out. George would be eligible on Friday if he's ready to go by Friday. 1-1 the count to Fisher. Even when George comes back, you can anticipate Derek Fisher getting a lot of at-bats. With the trade of Nori Aoki, that opens up a spot in the lineup. Upstairs from Archer, it's 2-1. Archer has always pitched well against the Astros. He has made 7 starts against Houston and is 4-2 with a 1.68 earned run average. This is down low. It's 3-1. But this team in 2017 is a little different than some of the teams where he's picked up big numbers and big strikeouts against in the past. 2 of his 3 complete game shutouts have come against the Astros, but that was in 2013 and 2015. 3-1 is popped high in the air, foul. Evan Longoria looks at it as it drifts into the crowd.
Well, the 2013 team, you kind of nod your head and go, yeah, probably deserved that one. 2015, he had to go out and earn it. It was a playoff team he was facing. Granted, they had some weaknesses, but still.
Well, he does have, Archer, 52 strikeouts in 48 and a third innings against Houston. And that 15 team certainly struck out a lot more than this year's team. This year's team continues to put up big numbers without a ton of strikeouts. They are still first in the major leagues in fewest strikeouts, despite leading the league in every offensive category. It's quite a combination that A.J. Hinch's offense has provided this year.
Yeah, I can't remember what the number is, but as far as they're leading in strikeouts as a pitching staff, yet they have the lowest strikeouts for an offense, and they've got one of the bigger discrepancies between the two, which is pretty impressive. But to add the power numbers with it makes it that much better.
There's a nasty slider down and in. Archer gets a lot of strikeouts on that slider.
It was a very good pitch, but a good AB going 7 pitches into it.
Julia?
Hey guys, it's Tuesday, so it means it's Twitter Tuesday, and you're using the hashtag Astros Tuesday, and you're going to tell us how special Jose Altuve is. Teammates have run out of adjectives. AJ's run out of adjectives. We want you to help us out. How special is number 27?
Hashtag adorable.
A little hesitation from Archer on the first pitch. Doesn't matter. Altuve hits it pretty well, but Smith is back there and makes the catch for the second out. Archer used a little hesitation in that delivery to kind of throw the timing off for Altuve, and he was still on it. Loves to bunt for hits, and Bregman snipped that one out. He was in already and still was charging when Smith took that first strike. Breaking ball catches the corner and fires ahead 0-2.
It's a nice corner for Mike Fiers to pick up, especially with that breaking ball kind of going around the plate. Kind of an optical illusion for those umpires.
Towards the middle, Gonzalez is there. Mallett always flies down the line, so you can't take your time as an infielder. 2 outs. That's 4 in a row sent down by Fiers after the back-to-back home runs. Twitter Tuesday, we are asking you to send in your thoughts about the one and only Jose Altuve tonight.
Wow. He is so far early in his career.
A beast. The other thing that Altuve has done in the month of July is he's done all this damage with 2 of his fellow All-Stars on the DL.
Probably the greater point. Even as far as a ball club, too, they're doing great things in the month of July as far as a total offense led by that guy right there.
The Astros set a new record for the highest OPS in the month of July in Major League history. They surpassed the 1936 Indians when they finished last night's game with a 948 OPS. The previous record was 940. That's on base and slugging percentage combined. They also hit 323 as a team for the month.
It's tough to do to get that many guys going that good for an entire month.
It helps when one of your guys has about 100 at bats and hits 485.
Yeah, that's true.
Julia?
Blummer, you said that you know, with 2 guys out. Well, Altuve was asked last night, do you feel any more pressure because of Carlos Correa, George Springer being on the DL? He said, no, my shoulders are fine. I'm not carrying the team. I'm just doing my thing.
He's adorable.
The Astros this weekend for Bagwell Hall of Fame weekend at Minute Maid Park. The celebrations include exclusive gate giveaways, a special pre-game ceremony, and a photo op for fans to take a picture with Bagwell's Hall of Fame plaque. To purchase tickets and for more information about the scheduled events, visit astros.com/Bagwell HOF. Guys.
All right, Julia. We start the bottom half of the second inning with Yuli Gurriel leading things off. Yuli snapped an 0 for 14 last night with a 2 for 5 game. Takes a pitch from Chris Archer for a ball. It's 1-0. Archer had a 1-2-3 first inning. Gurriel foul back the other way. I'm sure you can't wait to catch up in person with Jeff Bagwell.
No, it'll be good. I want to hear the stories and see what was going on inside his head, because I thought he did a fantastic job. Seemed really pure in the speech he gave, but I want to hear all the backstories. I want to hear what he was talking about with those Hall of Famers when nobody was looking.
1-1 pitch is fouled back. The entire weekend will be Jeff Bagwell Hall of Fame weekend here at Minute Maid Park. Expecting big crowds for the Toronto series, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. In fact, we heard the owner, Jim Crane, last night say Saturday is close to, if it's not already, a sellout. 1-2 pitch is in the dirt from Archer. That's that power slider. Gets a lot of swings and misses on that pitch. Line drive, right field, base hit. You only just need a little time off. He was really struggling towards the end of that road trip, and now he follows up a 2-for-5 game with a base hit to right.
Sounds crazy, but you get the one day off. You've been swinging the bat really well, and then we saw him kind of get into a little bit of a funk. It's a good swing on our Supermo, brought to you by Mattress Firm, going the other way. But if you have that full day, and it's nice in the American League, because there's really, unless it's a crazy tight game and they need that pinch hitter, you're not going to get in that game. So you can literally unplug, take your brain out of it, relax a little bit. Maybe you go in the cage and do a couple of flips or whatever you need to do off the tee. But you get a nice chance to relax, come back recharged. And remember, Yuli is yet to play a full major league season. That's a big key for him, and A.J. Hinch has been watching out for that, and that's why he's getting those days off.
Here's a guy who had a day off yesterday, a much-needed rest for Marwin Gonzalez. He takes a strike at the knees, 0-1. Marwin saw his 11-game hitting streak and 31-game streak of reaching base snapped in Sunday's contest in Detroit. Marwin still batting .314 on the year, including .338 as a left-hand hitter. Takes that one on the corner, and Archer ahead of Gonzalez, 0-2.
Much like we saw Mike Fiers get that curveball, it kind of broke around the outside part of the plate. And that's what Marwin's having the conversation right now at home plate, is that he's telling the home plate umpire that ball was not on the plate. Even though it was coming back to it, it didn't catch it.
Fouled off the catcher, Sucre.
That was a good slider to hit. This one a little more on the plate. See where it catches him. Right off the kneecap. It's pretty amazing how quickly pain registers, isn't it?
See him still limping around. Jeff Kellogg tried to give him a little extra breather there, but he's still in some pain here. Marwin down in the count, 0-2. Not many Astros hitters have good numbers against Chris Archer. Marwin has the best, 4 for 11 with a double. Shook from the fastball to the slider and gets Gonzalez swinging. Second strikeout for Archer. And there's one out in the second.
Power slider kind of jumps out of his hand, almost like that Lance McCullers curveball when it's good. Tough to lay off.
It is one of the better pitches in the game when it's on. He gets a lot of chase and a lot of swinging strikes with that pitch. Here's Carlos Beltran. Beltran starts the month of August with a 7-game hitting streak. He's 10 for 28, hitting .357 during the streak. Throughout his career, Beltran has been such a consistent hitter month to month. But if you look at his career numbers, his best month has always been August. I thought you were going there. I said if you look, I'm not leaving the doors open for you as I've done in the past.
I know, you keep giving me layups. It's almost too easy.
Fans at home get disappointed when you miss those.
I know. They like it when you blast back at me, though. You got a couple of good ones on the road.
1-1 the count. And it's 2-1 on Beltran. You talked about this in the Detroit series. You're seeing a little different stance maybe from Carlos?
Yeah, for me, he's a little more spread out. When he first came over and in his career, he was a little more narrow in the stance, and then he would toe tap and go forward. Now a little more spread out, and I think that what that does is gets him on his legs and kind of simplifies the swing and doesn't create a lot of movement. Therefore, the head's going to be a little bit stiller, and he's going to see the ball longer. It's paid off. He's been good since the All-Star break.
Yeah, the at-bats have definitely been better here since the All-Star break.
And we always talk about how much he brings to this clubhouse as far as knowledge, talking to these guys, helping them pace themselves throughout the course of the season. But how about being a young hitter like Derek Fisher and watching Carlos Beltran make adjustments in his 20th season? Game's not easy.
There's a ball ripped, and it's in and out of the glove of Duda. Duda's going to race to the bag himself and get there. That ball was smashed by Beltran so hard that Duda couldn't field it cleanly. On the play, Gurriel moves to second.
Certain fears when you play the corner positions. One of them is playing in and having to come off the bag and have a rocket hit it right at you. Turns into self-preservation, and Duda almost came up with that cleanly. Right there, panic sets in, and you hope it goes in your glove, but it was hit so hard it almost went through it.
Almost took the glove off his hand. That was
yeah, you're right, well struck.
Well struck by Carlos, and he has nothing to show for it but a 3 unassisted. Oh, Gurriel in scoring position with 2 outs, and Evan Gattis the batter. The Astros scored 7 of their first 8 runs last night with 2 outs. Pitch in the dirt from Archer.
And for me, the hardest thing in baseball was when you make adjustments, you're getting some hits, and then you crush one like that. You don't get anything to show for it. It's keeping faith in the swing and just maintaining it, saying nothing's wrong. I hit the ball hard, even though I didn't get a hit. I don't need to make an adjustment, because sometimes those adjustments will lead to 38 other ones that all of a sudden drive you into a hole for a while.
Good slider, it's 1-1. We've talked about the tough luck that Josh Reddick has hit into. Which has a lot of lateral movement. Carlos Beltran had some pretty good fortune in the first couple of months this season. So sometimes those breaks even out over the course of 162. There's a fastball away at 97. It's 2-1. Archer named as an addition to the All-Star team this year. He has struck out an average of 10 batters a game in his last 3 starts.
Some more tweets about Altuve. No doubt Hall of Famer. I like it. Keeps up this pace, he definitely will be. Oh yeah, he is. Adorbs. Chuck Norris won't pitch to him. That's how tough and out he is. That's a good one.
Hashtag Stros Tuesday. Send them to AT&T Sportsnet SW. Back past Archer, up the middle. Brad Miller has an off-balance throw in time. And that retires Evan Gattis to end the inning.
talking a lot about Jose Altuve. So make sure you vote in this one. What impressed you most about Jose Altuve's July, month of July? Okay. These are all pretty impressive. The batting average, the hits, on base slugging, all very good. So good luck.
Very, very good. They're pretty good.
Pretty good. He was asked last night. He has a good month every month, let's be honest. But he was asked about his awareness of what he did in July. And he shook his head and said, I hit a lot.
I love it. Yes, you did, Jose.
Yeah, the highest batting average for a month.
He wasn't aware of what the batting average was at that point because it was right after the game. He hadn't had a chance to look, I'm sure. So he didn't know, but he knew he hit a lot.
What'd you do this month? I hit a lot. Yes, you did, Jose.
Dickerson trying to bunt against the shift and bunts it foul. Counts 1-1 to the Tampa Bay leadoff hitter Corey Dickerson. Altuve did all that with the All-Star break in the midst. He was one shy of a team record for hits in a month, including that 4 days off for the break. That's the other thing that last tweet mentioned is how much joy he plays the game with.
Absolutely.
And it's hard not to root for a guy, whether you're an Astros fan, and we assume most watching tonight are, whether you're an Astros fan or a fan of any other team that watches Jose Altuve play the game. He loves playing this game. What a diving stop by Gonzalez. Altuve ducks, and Gonzalez throws it over Jose for the putout. Marwin, a diving stop in the shift, makes a great play from shallow right field.
Good positioning, good jump, lays out. He doesn't catch it initially, but for me, what completes this play with Dickerson speeding down that first baseline is watch the arm. He comes up and fires a laser beam over to Yuli Gurriel.
That was, I'd like to see the miles per hour on that throw.
That was a bullet. That was impressive.
Here's Lucas Duda doing an opposite field single, scored a run his first time up. I love the joy that Altuve plays with as well, and I also can't believe, just watching him day in and day out, how hard he works at his craft. And how many times when there's optional hitting and it might be a guy just up from the minors, it's always Altuve.
It is always Altuve, and he's always cheering on his teammates too, especially in those situations when he knows there's a play that needs to be made. I guarantee you he's hollering at him right here. Got to watch the play. It's the best seat in the house.
That was great. He and Gonzalez have a great time. He and Correa could not have much more fun on the field. 2-1 the count to Lucas Duda. Other way again, pretty well hit. Fisher and Marisnik back, and this one is off the top of the wall over the bullpen. Gets past Jake, and Fisher corrals it. Lucas Duda 2 for 2 with a couple of opposite field hits. He's been hitting well for Tampa Bay since joining them.
It's almost like the TV on his helmet stands for total bases since coming over. But a real emphasis on trying to go the other way, letting that ball travel and get deep. But again, elevated up out over the plate for these big guys. When they can get those arms extended, there's usually a little bit extra to get that out there over the outfielders' heads.
Duda coming into this game with the Rays was 4 for 12 with 3 home runs. Tonight a single and a double. Even going back to his time with the Mets, where he spent his entire career since the All-Star break, hitting right around 300. Here's Evan Longoria. Longoria put a changeup onto the train tracks here for a 2-run home run, his 17th of the year. Fire starts him off with a breaking ball for ball 1. Only once in his last 13 starts has Fiers allowed more than 3 runs in a game. That was a start in Oakland. Corey, a foul ball catching Jeff Kellogg.
He's in the line of fire, too.
Ooh.
Man, that squared him up. Wow.
That's off of Gaddis's helmet and right into the face mask of the home plate umpire.
These masks are just like the catcher's masks, unlike the one that Evan Gaddis is wearing, which was started by Charlie O'Brien back in the day. That hockey style mask, and the reason the hockey mask is kind of shaped the way it is to not create that blunt force, more or less to deflect it. But that one's squared up. Jeff Kellogg back there, and the pad on the mask that Jeff Kellogg wears only covers the forehead and the chin. So that forehead and the chin are the two parts of the, I guess, your face that are going to absorb most of that impact. And it is padded, but not to the extent where it's going to cushion that much of a blow directly.
Kellogg's a veteran. He's going to hang in there, but the one thing you are concerned about as much as anything now is the concussion possibility.
I wonder if there's got to be a protocol for home trainers who are in charge of taking care of those umpires in the cities they went through, and I'm sure there was a channel of questions making sure he knew that he wasn't in Dallas.
Scott Behringer out there, the assistant athletic trainer for the Astros, and he was out there for a lengthier stay because of that potential issue. It's 2-1 to Longoria. Evans, since the 4th of July, has really taken off, hitting over 330 during that stretch. In 23 games, has that average up to 270 before the game started. Now 272 after the home run.
So you asked about Marwin's throw to first.
You found out?
Oh, did I? Our good friend Darren Willman on Twitter, great follow, at Darren W. Does a lot of stat casting, baseballsavant.com. 81.5 miles an hour from an infielder.
2-2 pitches.
Who, by the way, was just on his belly,
right,
to lay out and make the play.
That was a great play by Marwin, and really has saved fires in this inning to this point. Rory Dickerson robbed of a base hit on a diving stop by Marwin Gonzalez. That was followed up by a Lucas Duda double off the top of the left field wall. Now fires 2-2 on Longoria. Blocked by Gaddis, and the count runs full. Beginning with the start on May 20th for Fires. That's the stretch of 13 straight starts and 3 earned runs or less in 12 of those 13. But tonight he's allowed 3 in the first, and a runner now in scoring position with 1 out. And there's going to be run number 4 on the base hit inside the line off the bat of Longoria. He has driven in 3, a 2-run home run, and he's going to go to third as Reddick has trouble with that ball in the corner. Longoria initially looked like he was settling for a double and then turned it on. So he ends up on third. This game is now 4-0 in favor of the Rays.
Last couple of hitters really not trying to do too much other than go the other way, but a pitch right down the middle, shot into that corner, getting stuck up underneath the pad.
Wow.
That's a tough read.
He had no chance to get that ball.
No way.
It literally rolled under the pad.
It almost looked like it almost got tucked up underneath.
It did.
Wow.
He literally had no chance to grab that ball unless he went underneath that padding for it. I'm not sure I've seen that before. Josh lost sight of it for a few seconds. That's a triple for Longoria. The infield's in on Logan Morrison. Takes a pitch down and in for a ball. Watch this disappear. He really couldn't play that ball.
That's not fair. I mean, you talk about some bad luck. Wow.
This ball away from Fires. It's 2-0. Morrison, third on the team in RBIs. Drove in his 63rd on a solo home run his first time up. Longoria has matched Steven Souza Jr. for the team lead with 3 RBIs tonight. Souza with the night off. Longoria now with 65 to go along with Souza Jr.'s 65. The Tampa Bay lineup that has produced some runs this year. Prior to the trade deadline, they added some arms to the bullpen to try and shore things up. Hard hit, but on one hop, Altuve's there. Make sure Longoria stays at third, and that's the second out.
And everything we say about Altuve obviously reflects his ability to hit. But for me, watching him over the last 5 years, he's really worked hard to get that glove. Good job of recognition. Turned into a hockey goalie.
So 2 outs. Here's Brad Miller. Fiers a little frustrated with himself on that first pitch outside for a ball. It's been a tough inning. Not only has a run scored and a double and a triple been hit, but took a great play by Marwin Gonzalez for out number 1 and a line drive 1 hopper at Jose Altuve for out number 2. And now Fiers down to the count 2-0 on Brad Miller.
Brent Strom may have seen something from Mike Fiers. Kind of bolted out of that dugout after seeing that 88-mile-an-hour heater up and away. And I don't think this is a situation where he might be pitching around a guy like Brad Miller, who's hitting 200 to get to Echeverria. I think this might be a mechanical issue that Brent Strom sees. Celebrate National Baseball Card Day with the Astros this Thursday, August 3rd, as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Fans in attendance will receive a commemorative trading card pack presented by Topps. For more information, visit astros.com/.
Longoria on third with 2 outs, and the pitch at 2-0 is a called strike on the inside corner. It's 2-1. Brad Miller popped up his first time up. Away at 3-1. Miller coming off a career season with the Rays last year. 30 home runs. Drove in 81 runs. Takes a strike there. It's 3-2. A change up at 3-1.
It's possible.
Came in around 83 miles an hour.
Wow.
There's that net we love.
To start calling that the 911 net. We've seen some emergency hacks shoot some baseballs over the dugouts here at Minute Maid, but thankfully that net keeping people free of damage.
Fiers trying to work through the top half of the third inning. And Miller fouls another one back.
Be a good time for that changeup right here. 3-2. He was late on the fastball that shot over the Tampa Bay dugout. That's why he went with the fastball again. Miller sped that bat up and took a pretty good pass at it. Now do you try and slow him down? Fastball away.
And he keeps fouling off 3-2 pitches. On this Twitter Tuesday, asking you to send in your thoughts about Jose Altuve at ATT Sportsnet SW. You can use the hashtag Stros Tuesday. You like the one that said it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think those are solid answers. I like that one a lot.
All four outside. Brad Miller draws a walk on the 9th pitch of the at-bat as he hung in there with a lot of 3-2 foul balls. And now runners on first and third with 2 outs. Batting .400 for a season.
That'll be showing me something this day and age with the athletes and the equipment.
Well, after being right around on pace for 200 hits, slightly below leading into the midway point of the season, he finally got to that 200 hit pace, and now he's well above it. He's on pace to have the most hits of his career this season as Fiers throws a breaking ball inside to Echeverria. 28 pitches this inning for Fiers, 60 in the game as we play in the third. Just not consistent with that location. It's 2-0. Fell behind Miller 2-0. Got a visit from Brent Strom. Now he's fallen behind Echeverria 2-0. That's a strike. Missed the fastball. It's 2-2.
His first 2 pitches you see up out of the zone and what brought Brent Strom out when he threw him to Brad Miller. And a lot of pitches up in the zone.
Longoria on third, Miller on first. 2 outs and a 2-2 count to a Danny Echeverria. Fiers needed 32 pitches to get through the first 2 innings. This is his 32nd pitch of this inning. And he'll need at least 1 more. During the month of July, despite that successful month, ERA below 3 in 5 starts, he did average 18.2 pitches per inning. Line drive to right. That's a hit. Longoria scores easily. Miller heading to third. Reddick's throw will go all the way through, and Miller is out at third base. What a throw by Josh Reddick. The run does count. Final out of the inning is Miller trying to go first to third.
They're going to take a look at this, but I know that in this inning, if Mike Fiers is able to get out of this, he owes a great big hug to all of the guys that have been playing defense behind him. That is pretty close at third base. I'm not sure if there's enough there for me to overturn this. Great catch and tag on a phenomenal throw. He gone.
Rays are still not certain whether or not they want to review this or not.
You know, when Miller going to the outside part of the bag, it almost took him an extra step to get there. I think he's out.
That is really close. They're going to look at this. That is really close.
Wow.
I'm not sure if there was enough either way. I think if he's called safe, it stands, and if he's called out, it might stand. From what we've seen so far, that is very, very close.
Yeah, there's one angle that says, that for me, that said he looked out, but that last angle above third base that we saw made it kind of borderline.
Pretty big call on the scope of things, but you're right about the outs in this inning. Took a great play by Marwin Gonzalez, a line drive smashed at Jose Altuve with the infield in. And if this third out comes on the throw by Josh Reddick.
Man, I didn't expect that even to be close at third base. Just unleashed the Cobra over there and got him.
Perfect throw by Reddick to even make it close. And for now, the call by the third base umpire Will Little is that he is out at third. Little and the crew chief Jeff Kellogg on the headsets back to New York. They will slow it down, blow up the video, see if there's any angle that definitively shows that Brad Miller's hand was in there before the tag of Alex Bregman. I'm not sure how this one's going to go. We've taken guesses this year. I think this could go either way.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of an extended look for the guys back in New York.
They only get 2 minutes, though. All right. Stays it now. Great throw by Josh Reddick.
Sometimes you need a little help from your friends. Great throw, better tag. Early over the Astros, and we're going to take a peek at Chris Archer's pitch usage, brought to you by AT&T. In his last start, he faced the New York Yankees. Pitched pretty well, giving up 2 earned runs in 6 innings. Threw a lot of sliders, a lot of big hitters in that lineup. Some new additions with Todd Frazier, right-handed hitter, Aaron Judge in that lineup. In comparison to what he's doing overall in 2017, really backed off on the fastball and went to that slider.
He throws a lot of sliders, especially to righties. More than half of his pitches to righties all year have been sliders, as he faces one here in Alex Bregman. Archer has struck out 2, allowed 1 hit so far, has not walked the batter. Bregman deep to center field. Well struck by Bregman. Borges all the way back, leaping, and what a play by the center fielder for the Rays. Peter Borges robs Bregman of extra bases.
That was an incredible play. We are seeing just some magic with the leather tonight. The last 4 outs we've seen have been highlight reel type. Alex thought he may have gotten one. Great swing, good extension. He barreled it up. Tough part of the ballpark out there. But Borges getting that glove in between the wall. Wow.
Timed that up perfectly.
Welcome to the show. These guys are putting on a big-time athletic show on defense on both sides of the baseball.
Remember, Borges is only in this game because of a late scratch in the lineup to Steven Souza Jr. Malik Smith was supposed to play center field. He's 5'10". Borges is 6'1". Helped out on that leap. Guy who can appreciate defensive plays in center field at the plate now. Jake Marisnick has a count of 2-0. Bregman hits one 400 plus feet, and Borges robs him of extra bases. Marisnick coming off a 5 RBI game last night. Most RBIs of his career.
It's not going to go down in your framing Bible.
sure how he caught that. There's a strike at 3-1. Also, Jake, in that number 9 spot last night, scored 4 runs in addition to driving in 5. He got under this one and sends it high in the air to center field. Borges is there. Jake didn't miss that by much on the high fly ball to center. Archer is giving up a higher percentage of fly balls this year than he has at any point in his career. 2 outs, nobody on, and back to the top of the order. Like one of the tweets I saw about Altuve being the only player who can make an out in his at bat, and on this next at bat he's due.
Somebody tweeted at me that he's 0 for August.
Yeah.
That'll end soon.
One swing on one pitch that he saw in his first AB. Here's Derek Fisher. People are concerned about his fingernails too.
I don't know how he has any left. Somebody also said that he has the most elite immune system in baseball because he's always gnawing on those fingernails. Baseball field isn't, or dugouts for that matter, aren't the most sanitary places to hang out.
0-2 the count to Derek Fisher. Fisher struck out his first time up. There is Altuve. Jose Altuve coming off that .485 batting average in the month of July. That's our focus on our Twitter Tuesday tonight. Sucre wants this pitch up. They get it up, and Fisher doesn't chase. It's 1-2. Archer not only has pitched well in his career against Houston here at Minute Maid Park in 4 career starts, has a 2.16 ERA. Through a 1-hit shutout with double-digit strikeouts in a game here. Fisher fouls one back. It stays 1-2.
Fisher does not look like he's overwhelmed by the opportunity either.
Oh, I've been very impressed watching his at-bats from the very first game.
You can say we. I have been too. Enough to the point where I wanted to go down and talk to him before yesterday's game, and it was really interesting to talk to him.
Archer thought he had a swing on that last slider in the dirt. I didn't want to speak for you. I figured you felt that way
We've
too.
been together long enough. Borderline. Call goes the rookie's way.
That is a tough pitch to lay off. Archer uses that slider with 2 strikes against lefties down and in as much as he gets chases from right-hand hitters.
And we've seen the one that he can throw for a strike, but the 2-strike slider is the one that's tough to lay off, and there you go.
There's the one for a strike. He's gotten Fisher twice, that time looking.
From this Astros clubhouse, A.J. Hinch said it feels like a medical update every time he meets with the media. Tony Sipp, Michael Felice find themselves on the 10-day DL. They're the latest of the arms to be on the disabled list right now, and it's tough news for this group. However, this team has continued to keep putting up wins, and A.J. said that, coming off last night, it was a big night for us. With all the trade deadline happening, we still got on the field, we focus. It's just what we do. No matter what's going on off the field, somehow we put together good games on the field, and they'll continue to do that. Real quick, guys, a note on George Springer. Everyone wants to know the health of Springer for sure. Today he was supposed to get on the anti-gravity Alter-G treadmill. And from there, he was going to start increasing his activity, then be tested in the next couple of days. However, AJ wasn't feeling real great about him coming off when he's eligible. That would be Friday. It might be a few more days, just depending on how things go for him in the next couple of days. Todd?
An anti-gravity treadmill?
It's the single greatest thing ever.
I want one so bad.
You deserve one.
It's like walking on the moon or running on the moon in Springer's case.
You literally... Okay, so the handrails on a treadmill, sure, from the waist down. Base hit to right for Smith. You basically put on these neoprene shorts that zip you into this bubble. Your lower half is in this bubble, and they can pump air into this thing and lift you off the treadmill. So you can choose to have half your body weight off, 70% of your body weight off. But I had knee surgery in 2011, and I lived on that and a submersible treadmill.
That I've seen.
Yeah, but the zero gravity treadmill is amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, so it takes all the impact off, yet you still get your conditioning in.
They're pretty popular. I mean, not just for the Astros. I've seen them in NFL locker rooms. Everybody's got one. They're expensive, so there's not several, but everybody has one. The Astros have one here, so that's what Springer's working on, is to keep the weight off, so he's just being able to keep up the cardio, and they'll test him in a couple days.
We saw yesterday in your picture of him mocking Jake Marisnick that his spirits are still good during this time on the DL.
There's no doubt. Spirits are always high with Springer.
You know how good you are as friends when you can mock them that well.
Only because Marisnick homered. He went yard after that.
It's a little more fun after the home run.
Career night for Jake and his buddies crushing him.
Hey, welcome to a big league clubhouse.
That's about right.
1-0 the count to Jesus Sucre. Alex Smith on first with one out. Sucre up the middle, and that's a base hit. Well, the Tampa Bay bats have been hot tonight. Back-to-back singles from the 8 and 9 hitters, Malik Smith and Jesus Sucre. That's hit number 8 in the game for Tampa Bay. Last inning they had a single, double, and triple. First inning they had a couple of home runs. They also have 3 other singles to go along with those extra base hits. Back to the top of the order, and Corey Dickerson. Took a great play by Marwin Gonzalez to retire Dickerson last time. That was when Marwin was in the shift on the first base side of second. He's back on the shortstop side of second with runners on first and second and one out. Fastball up and away. It's 1-0. Get Fires is to recap why this outing didn't go well. I think that first pitch strike percentage has been a little bit lower than he would like tonight. Out of play. It's 1-1. He was 5 for 15 in first pitch strikes coming into this inning. And he is now 6 of 19. So he's fallen behind 1-0 to 13 of the 19 batters.
43 strikes, 29 balls.
It's too good of a hitting team to continue to be down in the count. Dickerson hitting 2 opposite field home runs last night. He has 21 home runs on the year. Dickerson is a very aggressive hitter, and usually you can get him to leave the zone But he was patient there. It's 2-1. Swings at a lot of pitches. Sometimes he'll hit pitches that bounce up there, as he did earlier this year.
I don't know if you brag about that.
Out of play, it's 2-2. Corey earned a spot in the starting lineup in the All-Star game with his first half. He was leading Altuve in hits for a while. Jose has lapped the whole field in the American League. Dickerson started the night with 123 hits. Altuve has 148.
He's the Usain Bolt of hit collecting.
To Altuve, Marwin, and the return in time for the double play. Myers gets 2, and we are at 5-0 Rays. .48 of them. In the month of July, you just saw all 48 of Jose Altuve's hits in the month.
What a jerk.
.485 batting average, the highest batting average in 1 month in the history of the Houston Astros.
You realize he is 65th in the history of baseball as far as hits. He's got 1194. Active players, sorry, active players. Our league leaders are presented by Houston Methodist. Franchise history, average for a month, Jose Altuve, 485. Oh, Dimilo Doggy. In the year 2000 with that 476. Artie Howe. Pretty good company right there. But active players, he is 65th. He's played 7 years. Or in the process of playing 7 years. I'm not even sure that he's through this 7th year yet.
Flied out to right his first time. Edmund Archer used a hesitation move to get him. Here's a ground ball foul down the third base side. Archer had a little Johnny Cueto hesitation. The first pitch he delivered to Altuve. Altuve hit it pretty deep, but to right field for a flyout. Those other guys, well, Staub did it in an all-star month, but those other guys, Berkman and Hidalgo, did it There wasn't a 4-game break, and even when Rusty was playing, there was only a 3-day break for the All-Star game. Altuve was robbed on the calendar.
23 games, 48 hits.
He had a stretch that hadn't been done since Rogers Hornsby.
Is that the 5 straight games of 3 hits?
It was the 23 for 68, or I'll get it for you.
Some other ridiculous number.
Yeah, the ridiculous number. He was at one stretch 37 for 68. That span of at-bats, nobody's had 37 hits and 68 or fewer at-bats since Roger Hornsby in 1923.
I'll tell you what, you put this guy right here, Jose Altuve, in 1923. How many hits does he get?
No pitching changes.
He hit 650.
Now you get a specialist every other inning after the 5th or 6th. Altuve, we get all those breakdowns from Stats Inc. Batting average high pitches, batting average low pitches, outside pitch. I mean, this guy's on every list. He's in the top 10 in high pitches, top 10 in low pitches.
He is 9th in Astros history as far as all time on the hit list with that 1194 number that he's sitting on. No, it is funny when you get those analytics and it says Jose Altuve and it says hot zone. It might as well have just looked like a seared, burnt page because everything is just red.
If you had a lineup full of Altuves, you would never see a pitcher go 5 innings.
No. And they'd pitch out of the windup to start every inning. That's it.
Ooh, breaking ball and a nasty one gets Altuve looking. So Archer got Altuve to strike out by looking at a tough slider that broke over.
Saw a lot of pitches in the AB getting punched out on the 8th one. You see him nod his head, recognizing that Archer won that battle.
Well, he's not the first guy that Archer has struck out this year. Chris has struck out 181 batters this season, which is second best in the American League behind only Chris Sale, and third best in the major leagues behind Sale and Max Scherzer. Starts off Reddick with a strike, 0-1. Astros have had one base runner tonight, a Yuli Gurriel single to start the second. Meanwhile, the Rays have 5 runs on 8 hits. The other way, and Reddick down to the count, 0-2.
A lot of talk about Archer's slider. He also can touch 97 like you just saw right there on that fastball. 55 pitches. Pretty decent pitch count, especially after what we saw from the Tampa Bay Rays bullpen last night. Alex Cobb getting knocked out early and Kevin Cash using a lot of those guys out of the pen.
Actually had to go to their catcher, tonight's catcher Jesus Sucre, to pitch the bottom half of the 8th inning last night. Cash was asked before the game what was the threshold, because his Tampa Bay team made a big comeback. It was 11-2. They came all the way back to make it 11-6, and he said if they had scored one more run to make it 11-7, he would have kept Boxberger in for another inning. But his bullpen was taxed in that series against the Yankees in New York. One and 2 the count to Reddick. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, former Astros pitching coach, looking on. One thing about Archer is he is durable. 32 starts in 2014, 34 starts 2 years ago. Pitched 200 innings that year for the first time, 33 more starts last year. He gets the ball every 5 days. He throws a lot of pitches in all those starts too. Archer throws 106.2 pitches per start, which is 5th in the major leagues in pitches per start. Chopper towards Archer. Makes the play on Reddick for out number 2. That is now 8 in a row sent down by Archer since the lone base hit of this game by the guy coming to the plate right now, Yuli Gurriel. Gurriel is 3 for 6 in this series. Trying to move that average back towards 300. And a strike called 0-1. That slider, 1-2. Astros played in April in St. Petersburg against the Rays. Took 2 out of 3 in that series at Tropicana Field, winning the first game of this 4-game series last night. But Kellogg kind of flinched and fooled Archer as he was heading off the mound. It's 2-2. Archer's animated on the mound. He and saw Marcus Stroman earlier this year with Toronto, 2 guys that pitched for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Show a lot of emotion while they're pitching.
It's got to be an exhausting matchup. Stroman versus Archer.
They are very good friends too. On the ground, right side. Brad Miller to his left. Archer has another 1-2-3 inning. He's retired 9 straight. We're through 4. It's 5-0 Tampa Bay.
As the Astros take on Nori Aoki and the Blue Jays. Be sure to stick around after the game to see the best fireworks show in town, presented by Occidental Petroleum. This week's display will be synced to Bagwell Hall of Fame themed music, including highlight tapes and walk-up songs. For more information, visit astros.com/fireworks or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Todd.
All right, Julia, we head to the 5th inning. Looking forward to this weekend, the Jeff Bagwell Hall of Fame weekend here at Minute Maid Park. Lucas Duda, a single and a double, has scored a couple of runs. Both of his hits him in opposite field hits as he takes a breaking ball from Mike Fiers for a called strike. Fiers now with that first pitch strike, 7 out of 20 on first pitch strikes. That's been an issue tonight, allowing 8 hits so far and 5 runs, and that pitch hits Duda. And one of those nights where Fiers has just been unable to have that sharp command.
Yeah, that's not close. It's turning into back-to-back rough starts for Mike Fiers.
Fiers lasted 4 innings in his last outing in Philadelphia through 102 pitches against the team with the second fewest runs in baseball. He only allowed 3 runs, but a lot of pitches in that game. Pop up to Altuve. Even there you can see Altuve just do the little things. Longoria is a veteran, he's going to run it out, but Altuve just took a peek to make sure Evan was running. And if he wasn't, if he was frustrated and never left the box, Altuve could have let that drop and try to turn a double play.
Take advantage of it. It's a good point. Following the example of Biggio. I've heard AJ talking about trying to give him a day off is not the easiest thing to do.
You will rarely, if ever, see Altuve get a day off going into a scheduled day off or coming out of a scheduled day off. AJ likes to do that. He'll give guys days off so they can have 2 in a row. Altuve hates it. Gurriel to second for 1. Return. Nicely done. Bregman makes the return throw. The old 3-5-3 double play. And a quick inning for Fiers.
Time to reveal today's winner of the Chevy Stroh poll. We're asking you what impressed you most about Altuve's month of July. The batting average, 485. That won pretty easily with 51% today. TK.
All right, Julia. Slugging percentage was the highest in baseball during the month, too. You couldn't go wrong with any of those choices.
I was dazzled by all of them.
We didn't even give the 19-game hitting streak as one of the choices, but that wasn't too shabby either.
48 hits in 23 games is the one that kind of jumped at me. Having played the game and understanding how hard that is, wrapping my head around that, I was just like, you got to be kidding me.
Here's Marwin Gonzalez. Yeah, a 2-hit game would lower his average hits per game. Marwin with a count of 1-0. This could be, if there's ever a time to get to Chris Archer, it might be right here, because he just threw 21 pitches the previous inning, his most extended inning, even though he went 1, 2, 3 in the 4th. And then Mike Fiers came out and only needed 4 pitches to get through the top of the 5th. So barely a rest for Archer after throwing 21 pitches in the 4th. We'll see if Marwin Gonzalez, Carlos Beltran, Evan Gattis can do anything against Archer, who has allowed just 1 hit, no walk through 4. He's has retired 9 in a row. Only a Yuli Gurriel opposite field hit in the second inning for the Astros offense tonight. Marwin down to a knee and down to the count, 1-2.
He's just missing pitches. He actually seems to be on time with him right now. Just a click under it.
Archer faced Marwin Gonzalez in that game in 2015 where the Rays won 1-0 on August 20th, and Archer threw a one-hit complete game shutout. Gonzalez, Gaddis, and Altuve were in the lineup that night. They're also in the lineup tonight. Altuve batted first, Marwin batted second, Correa, Rasmus, Carlos Gomez, then Gaddis, Luis Valbuena, Preston Tucker, and Jason Castro. Archer struck out 11, walked 1. To left, sending Dickerson back, and he jumps and makes the play against or near the wall. Kind of where the wall juts out there by the bullpen. Nice play by Corey Dickerson for out number 1.
Interesting left field appearance here at Minute Maid Park with all of the nooks, crannies, and corners. Almost see Dickerson going up expecting contact and never got it.
Hit well by Marwin, but nothing to show for it. Carlos Beltran hit the ball hard his first time up, a smash right at Lucas Duda at first base. The game against the Astros on 2015 was Archer's low hit complete game shutout of his career. He's had a 2-hitter, a 5-hitter, and that was a 1-hitter in that game at Minute Maid Park. Beltran down to the count, 0-2. So far, 4 strikeouts for Archer. Also recorded 4 outs on the ground. And 5 in the air with that line drive off the bat of Marwin Gonzalez. One and 2 the count. Astros play the Rays for this final time in 2017 on Thursday. This is game 2 of a 4-game series. Houston leading 3-1 so far. That ball's hit deep to right field and gone. Carlos Beltran snaps the shutout with the home run to right. Beltran's 13th of the year and career home run number 434.
Hit a smash in his first AB that ended up being a 3 unassisted. This one they try to elevate the heater. Beltran still got the bat speed to go get it and drive it out of here on the line. Nicely done. Spread out, nice and simple, quick to contact and stay through it. It's not easy to do to get up there and hammer that elevated heater.
434 career home runs. Puts it into a 3-way tie for 46th place in Major League Baseball history. Juan Gonzalez, and Andrew Jones also with 434. Pitch misses to Gaddis, 1-0.
The rest of the hitters are hoping that cracks the seal. 101.5 miles an hour off the bat, estimated 375.
Did we ever see what the line drive to Duda was?
It was 101.
So a couple of 100+.
Yes.
How about that? Now all of a sudden Archer has missed the first 2 to Gaddis. It's 2-0.
Yeah, the reaction from Chris Archer after that home run was not too excited about that pitch location.
Beltran's second career home run against Archer. In fact, it's his second home run in his last 3 at-bats against Chris after starting his career 2 for 19 against the Rays right-hander. 2-0 pitch is a called strike. It's 2-1. Beltran with an 8-game hitting streak now, and moves into a tie with Juan Gonzalez and Andrew Jones. Next up, 4 away from Andre Dawson. There's a ball deep to left field. Dickerson is back, and he's against the track to make the play. Dickerson runs that down, so some balls being hit hard in this inning against Archer. You mentioned that this was the inning. You might be able to get to him after a quick top half of the 5th. The Astros have hit the ball hard, but Dickerson's made a couple plays.
That was a mistake, but it looked like Evan may have gotten a little bit quick. That ball breaking the bat, but that was a pretty good swing. Also, when you anticipate the break and it backs up a little bit, you'll get jammed on it sometimes.
Well, you might have been looking for that slider.
Well, you anticipate the break because you're sitting on it, and when it doesn't break to where you're anticipating, you get blown up. It's so frustrating.
You're waiting for it, you see it.
Yeah, as opposed to if you'd have been sitting fastball, maybe react to the mistake and hammer it.
Bregman hit a ball about 405 feet his first time up. Peter Borges made a great play against him on the wall in center field. This ball hit to left field. Dickerson fighting for the wall. This ball's gone! Alex Bregman, home run number 12. And the Astros cut into the lead again. It's now 5-2.
Archer's not going to be happy about it, pouting a little bit by dropping his glove, but welcome to Minute Maid Park and the Crawford Crushers. Makes up for the one that he had taken away from him by Peter Borges right here. That slider that backs up a little bit stayed down and in, and here at Minute Maid Park with that Crawford box being so available, Bregman gets into it.
Archer turned around thinking it's a fly ball to left, and he said, what? Here's Marisnick fouling one back. Well, not just that home run, and that was aided by the Crawford boxes for sure, but in this inning, line drive, deep fly ball off the bat of Marwin Gonzalez. Gaddis sent one to the track and left. Beltran left the yard and right, and now Bregman. Big swing by Jake, no contact, and Archer ahead 0-2.
There's a little angst behind that pitch, 98.
Ooh. Jake was trying to go up on the train tracks there. You're right, though. That was amped up at 98. Archer's been mostly around 96, 97. That one's thrown high and tight at 97. It's 1-2. Back-to-back home runs last night from Marisnick and Derek Fisher, part of a 14-7 victory. Tonight, the Astros with 2 home runs in the span of 3 hitters. No chase by Jake. Good hold. It's 2-2.
It really was.
Pitch count mounting a little bit now. Archer threw 21 pitches last inning. This will be his 20th pitch of this inning and his 86th of the game. And he'll need at least one more.
How about Jake fighting off some tough pitches?
You know, this is a lineup, even in this game, only 3 hits and 2 of them solo home runs in this inning. 3 hits through 5 innings, and yet they still put up 86 pitches on Archer. They're able to work deep counts, foul off pitches. That time Archer gets him on a fastball to end the inning. But
long ball helping the Astros get back in this ball game. The savvy vet driving one out to right, and then Alex Bregman making up for that long out previously going into the box.
by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by The Dark Tower in theaters August 4th. Sixth inning baseball, some birthday celebrations here at Minute Maid Park as Brad Miller will lead things off. Miller hitting in the 5 spot in the Tampa Bay lineup, takes a pitch outside for a ball. Miller drew a walk his last time up. Only walk issued by Fiers. He has hit a batter and allowed 8 hits through 5 innings.
Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike.
Through 3, Fiers had thrown 65 pitches. But a 10-pitch 4th inning and a 4-pitch 5th inning has him sitting at 79 right now. To start the inning, his 3rd pitch to Miller is fouled out of play. It's 2-1. Conversely, Chris Archer had thrown 20 fewer pitches after 3 innings, but a 21-pitch 4th and a 21-pitch 5th has put Archer at 87 pitches after 5. Now all of a sudden Fiers winning the pitch count battle as he starts the 6th. All strike by Kellogg, and it's 2-2.
Nice work, Evan Gattis. They're going to try and push Fiers through this 6th inning. That would be big. See, up and away, Evan Gattis sticking it, pulling it back just a hair to get the call. But this bullpen has had its issues. But in pushing Fiers through this 6th inning, if he's able to, and if he's able to do it efficiently, might actually give him an opportunity to go out in the 7th.
He is one of those rare pitchers who has done better as the game has gone along. 3-2 pitch just misses, but 3rd time through the lineup has been his best all year.
Yeah, he's kind of got those reverse numbers. The longer he faces a team, the better he gets. It was a similar spot to where Evan Gattis actually got the call for Mike Fiers. Not that time.
Tonight, first time through the lineup, the Rays were 3 for 9, including a couple of home runs. Second time through, they were 5 for 8 with a walk. His 3rd time through so far, 0 for 3, but a hit batter and a walk, but 0 for 3 with a couple of double plays. Runner on the move. Echeverria bunts. Fiers will glove it himself and make the tag. Miller easily gets to second as he was running on the bunt.
Trying to bunt for a hit. He actually ran away from home plate before coming through that. It was interesting to watch. Good play by Fiers, though, to go over there and cut him off.
Pushes the runner into scoring position, and Peter Borges is the batter. Borges is flied out and grounded out. Fiers and Gattis want to make sure with the runner on second they know what the signs are here.
Not a big fan of the bunt in the 3-run lead. A guy who's struggling a little bit with his pitch count, and you go ahead and give him an out on 1 pitch.
Guy who had a single for an RBI his last time up against Fiers. Borges with a 1-0 count. Fisher doesn't have to move very far for this one. Derek is there for out number 2. Well, based on what happened the first 3 innings, if Fiers can somehow get through 6, that would be impressive.
Keuchel's Corner is back. Be a part of the Bearded Fan section tomorrow night. Fans who buy a Keuchel's Corner ticket package presented by Houston Methodist will receive a ticket, beard, and an exclusive Keuchel's Corner t-shirt. For more info, go to astros.com/Keuchel's Corner.
Tomorrow should be an interesting start for Dallas. We did not see the normal Dallas Keuchel start in his last outing, as he struggled to get through 3 innings in his first start back from the DL.
Talked to Brian McCann about that, and I said, did you see anything with Dallas Keuchel that you don't normally see? And he said he wasn't as sharp as he was, but he also gave a lot of credit to the Detroit Tigers for laying off some pitches, because as good as we've seen Dallas in the past, he really didn't miss awfully that start against Detroit, but they did a very good job of laying off some pitches, forced him back into the zone. He got hit around a little bit.
This Tampa Bay team has the highest swing percentage of anybody in baseball. They are normally pretty aggressive. They have their share of hitters who are patient, but as a team, they swing as much as anybody in baseball. See if that plays into Keuchel's favor tomorrow. 0-1 the count to Malik Smith. Alex a single and 2 at bats. But if Fiers can get through this 6th after a 2-home run first inning and a 2-run third inning in which he allowed a double, a triple, and a single, he was down 5-0 in this game and had thrown 65 pitches through 3. So if he can get through 6 and give his team a chance here down 5-2, that would be an impressive turnaround. In the dirt, though, it gets away from Gaddis, and that'll move Miller over to third. Be a wild pitch. Second one charged to Fiers, although the first one was kind of a tweener. This one was definitely a wild pitch.
Split, yanked in the dirt. Evan did the best he could, setting up on that outside corner and coming back in over the inside corner. Kind of skipped off the plate, too.
Two and 2 the count. A lot of high leverage pitches in those first 3 innings. We'll see if Fiers is given a chance, if he works through this inning, to come back out. Right now he'll be at 93 pitches with the next offering. Let him go more than 100 pitches in 4 of his 5 starts in July. Smith called third strike. Thought about a late swing, but ended up getting called out on that pitch.
Fiers needed it, painted that outside corner.
Coming to bat, bottom half of the 6th inning. Join the Astros for Dollar Dog Night. Enjoy all the $1 hot dogs you can eat while watching the Astros take on the Tampa Bay Rays tomorrow night. To get tickets for the next Dollar Dog game night tomorrow, visit astros.com/dollardogs or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Last time we were home for a Wednesday, there were some serious lines for Dollar Dogs.
Yeah, there was some crushing going on.
People were getting after it.
Not just on the field, in the stands, they were getting it.
Let's see if the Astros can get after Chris Archer after a couple of solo home runs in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Top of the order due up. Derek Fisher, Jose Altuve, and Josh Reddick. Glad he could join us on AT&T Sportsnet on a Twitter Tuesday. Our topic tonight is what your thoughts are of the incredible Jose Altuve. We're asking you to send those to AT&T Sportsnet SW. Also use the hashtag Stros Tuesday. It'll help us find it as well. Saw one over the break that I liked involving you. Bill Brown sent it. Not our former announcer Bill Brown, but another Bill Brown. Said Altuve's so special, even Blummer will look at it.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like it. Well played.
1-1 the count to Fisher. And a foul that caught Sucre. He's having a tough night behind the plate. Got hit on the knee earlier. Now hit around the left shoulder.
Jeff Kellogg, too. Rough night to be behind home plate.
The Rays have one lefty in their bullpen, Dan Jennings, and he's loosening right now.
It's like it came up and got him in the armpit.
Archer has been tough on Fisher tonight, striking him out both at bats. Now the count evens up to 2 apiece. There is the lefty Jennings with Archer at 91 pitches. 60 strikes, 31 balls, about 2/3 strike to ball percentage tonight. He's been shaking a lot to that slider with 2 strikes. See what he goes with here. Upstairs with a slider, and Fisher has waited it out to a full count. Back to the slider at 3-2 it appears. On the ground, right side, Miller is there. Fisher down the line in a hurry, made that close, 1 out.
Putting the heat on him when you run that hard. I like it.
Here is Jose Altuve. Fly to right and struck out looking against Archer tonight. Line drive to right, and Smith comes on and makes the play to rob Altuve. Picking that one right above the ground for out number 2 in the 6th inning.
Saw Smith miss a ball on a similar play last night, but here robbing Jose Altuve. Doesn't normally happen to him. Normally those turn into hits.
Altuve hit it hard, but Smith made the play for the 2nd out. First 3 in the Astros lineup are now 0 for 8 tonight. Josh Reddick will try and change that. Reddick is lined out to center and grounded back to the pitcher. One to count to Josh. He's riding a 6-game hitting streak. 381 during that streak. Had the day off yesterday. Had his share of troubles in his career against Alex Cobb. Had the night off. Pitch misses away from Archer. It's 2-1. Archer's allowed 3 hits, 2 of them solo home runs. Carlos Beltran and Alex Bregman. The other hit, an opposite field single by Yuli Gurriel. There's hit number 4, and Josh Reddick has himself a 7-game hitting streak. He's a 2-out base runner in the 6th.
Good piece of hitting. Second baseman playing the pull. sure if Archer is amazed at the fact that he gave up a hit or if nobody was standing there. He's a basket of emotions on the mound, isn't he?
He is animated. Here's Yuli Gurriel. We've seen better at bats from Yuli lately. In this series, he's 3 for 7. And he hits one to center field pretty well. Borges is there and makes the play. A couple of line drive outs off the bat of the Astros. Their bats are getting better against Archer, but they fail to score in the 6th.
Neighbors ever, presented by Neighbors Emergency Center. It's a defense for the Houston Astros outfielders, best in the American League with that .989 fielding percentage. Josh Reddick picking up Mike Fiers, helping him get out of that inning with that laser beam of a throw. But they have a lot of range and very good arms in that outfield, no matter who you put out there these days.
Love how he goes to that glove to get a little tackiness on his fingers to make those great throws.
A little extra awesome sauce.
Well, Mike Fiers, give him a lot of credit. He started this game in the first 3 innings and allowed 5 runs on 6 hits and threw 65 pitches. At that point, you thought there's no way we'd see him as deep as the 7th inning, but here he is. He may only face 1 batter. 4 of the next 5 hitters are lefties, and a lefty, Ramin Dudwan, is warming up. But Fiers has done a really good job righting the ship in this game. He misses the Sucre up and in. It's 1-1. This was not his best outing by any stretch. He's only struck out 2. He's not been able to get ahead of many hitters, and when he doesn't get ahead, those strikeout totals drop. He's normally a guy who will pick up at least a strikeout per inning, if not more. But tonight, only 2 strikeouts through 6. He gets a pop up here, and this should be the last batter of the night for him. Potentially, Marwin Gonzalez makes the play, unless AJ says, you know what, I'm going to see how this guy's rolling right now, because Corey Dickerson's due up. And AJ's saying, hey, he's looking good. I don't need to go get him. He's going to face some lefties here with the lefty warming up.
I think it could be a combination of Mike Fiers actually looking pretty good down the stretch and what's waiting for him out in that bullpen. There have been the issues out there in that bullpen.
Dudwan, his rookie season. Tony Sipp went on the DL earlier today. The Astros do have another left-handed arm out there, Francisco Liriano, but he started Saturday, so he's not available probably to pitch until tomorrow. Pitch upstairs to Dickerson. Well, Fiers has followed suit yet again tonight. We mentioned his 3rd time through the lineup. He actually gets better than the 1st or 2nd time through the lineup, and that happened again tonight. as he held Rays hitters to an 0 for 7 third time through the lineup after a 5 for 8 the second time and 3 for 9 the first time through. He has those reverse splits. The later he goes, the better he gets. About to make his 99th pitch of the night. He's down in the count 3-0 now on Corey Dickerson.
Well, no doubt if Dickerson gets on. I know that he's had a good matchup against Dickerson so far today. Fly out, amazing play by Marwin Gonzalez to get him one time, and then the 4-6-3 double play. But falling behind 3-0, and it's not going to earn yourself an opportunity to face Lucas Duda. That might be who Raymond Gudwan is getting ready for.
This is now the 5th time in the last 6 starts that Byers has thrown. Check that, 6 times in the last 7 starts that Byers has thrown 100 pitches or more after not throwing 100 pitches in his first 14 starts. So he's got a longer leash now as the season has gone along. But he loses Dickerson there, and that leash may be over. Dickerson draws a walk. Here comes A.J. Hinch. Mike Fiers really battled back after a struggle early in this game and gets 1 out into the 7th inning.
And he's not upset that AJ's coming out. He's upset at himself for walking Corey Dickerson. He had the opportunity that AJ gave him to go out there and try and get through this 7th inning, but he knew as soon as he lost Corey Dickerson, that was the end of it for him.
No hits allowed since the second batter of the 4th inning. And we will tell you about the new pitcher when we come back. Raymond Gudwan is the new pitcher for Houston. Let's hope August reverses a trend we've seen, Blummer.
Yeah, some of the numbers throughout the course of the season. April, May, very good for that bullpen. But it's right around the end of May when we started to see some of those injuries pop up. In June, you see the bullpen numbers start to inflate. And we hear the Astros organization talking about swing and miss. The more strikeouts they create, the better those numbers should get. But you see that big fall off from 137 to 91 strikeouts for that bullpen. They have been getting used a lot. So with the number of innings they've been pitching, the ERA has been going up and the strikeouts have been going down. That might give you an idea that there is a little bit of fatigue, and we've seen a lot of turnover in that bullpen too.
Bullpen ERA now for the season in the bottom third of the major leagues, as Gudwan in his 4th stint with the Astros will throw a fastball to Lucas Duda up and in for ball 1. Gudwan pitched an inning in last night's game, walked the first batter he faced, and then retired the next 3. Gudwan, as you've seen during the season with an electric arm, made his major league debut 2 months and a day ago in Minnesota. Fastball at 95 fouled away. Well, Fiers hung in there after a struggle early. 6 1/3 innings for Mike, allowed 8 hits so far, 5 runs earned. He is responsible for Dickerson on first. He walked 3. He got a couple of strikeouts, both called. allowed 2 home runs and hit a batter in 101 pitches, throwing 58 for strikes. Now it's up to Gudwan to try and keep this at a 3-run game and give the Astros offense a shot in the final 3 innings.
Gave him a clean inning last night, throwing 16 pitches, only walked 1. Francisco Liriano, the new acquisition, is out there in that bullpen, and he's listed on the lineup card, but I don't think he's available. Pitching Saturday. Or he pitched on Saturday. I don't want to get anybody excited that he's going to be pitching on Saturday. I apologize. He's in the bullpen, but he pitched last Saturday, so he's not available tonight.
Ball hit deep to right field. Reddick all the way back. He's at the wall, and he leaps and he makes the catch. Josh Reddick surveyed the wall, turned a couple of times, and made the catch for out number 2.
Defense. Reddick made this look way too casual for me. Got to dress this up a little bit. Big TV game here on AT&T Sportsnet, up against our sign, and you just casually jump up and make the play.
Almost took a seat on that wall. He was so casual.
Turned into Colonel Jessup.
He has been fun to watch, and he has quickly, in 4 months of baseball, turned into one of the fans' favorite players. Here's Evan Longoria taking a fastball inside for ball 1. Reddick has thrown out a runner at third base, trying to advance from first to third, gunning down Brad Miller in the third. He's also made that catch up against the wall. Longoria with a line drive to left. Evan has 3 hits tonight, a home run, a triple, and now a single. Longoria, when he scored that last run, set a new Tampa Bay franchise mark for the runs scored department.
Big league hitter, hitting a mistake.
He had been tied with Houston's own Carl Crawford. Scored the 766th run of his career as a Ray, and that's the new mark in Tampa Bay history. Crawford was the face of the franchise for this organization for years before.
I played with CC. He was an amazing talent. Tell you what, their first base coach, another incredible talent.
Rocco Baldelli. And Crawford didn't grow up far from here, from this stadium.
Yeah.
And played his first All-Star game here at Minute Maid Park. Logan Morrison will bat with 2 on and 2 outs. Gudwan getting a nice catch from Josh Reddick for out number 2, and then allowing the single to Longoria. Back and forth. Mentioned 4th time with the big league team. That was Sip on the DL and Michael Feliz on the DL. George Jankowski added to the bullpen today, along with Francisco Liriano. But now Gudwan and feel like he might have a chance to stay for a little longer than a week at a time. Keeps throwing strikes, he'll stay. It's 0-2. They've crossed up Gaddis on that pitch. Righties are hitting, limited sample size, but righties like Longoria hitting over 150 points higher than lefties so far against Gudwan in his rookie season. He's ahead of Morrison 0-2. Chops one foul to plate.
Good pitch, slider down.
Morrison.
An electric arm from Gudwan with the high velocity, but to be able to throw a 2-strike pitch in that location, it's amazing how many different ways guys can get the ball to home plate and be effective.
Comebackers could be a challenge for Ramey. Ahead of Morrison 0-2. Trying to hold up on a breaking ball, and he does. Morrison hitting his 27th home run of the year, his first time up. It's also grounded out and hit into a double play.
Good job of holding up. But how about doubling up on the slider? You throw one good one, then you try and bury one just a little bit further out in front. He almost got the chase. And I like that he's doing it in those 0-2 counts, staying out of the zone. Don't throw those good two-strike pitches out of the plate.
Morrison doing a good job staying alive.
Really was. I was anticipating a fastball up. After a couple of sliders, now he's tripled up on it. But still another good location, starting it on the outside corner, breaking it off the plate.
I'm ready.
Into left field, Fisher comes on, still coming, and it bounces in front for a hit. In to score is Dickerson. And the Rays tack on to the lead. It's now 6-2 on the RBI hit by Logan Morrison.
Blew him up, but just enough to drop that in front of Derek Fisher. Again, as an outfielder, sometimes you react to the swing. It was a big swing from Logan Morrison, so maybe that first step back. But that speed that we're accustomed to seeing didn't make up for it right there.
A run will be charged to Mike Fiers' line. Ends up giving up 6 runs in this game. Now 2 on and 2 outs in a 4-run game, and Brad Miller the batter. Into left center field, sending Marisnick back. Jake is getting there and makes the play right in front of the track for the final out. A couple of hits and a run. It's 6-2.
Play, name that Astro. Brought to you by your local Honda dealer. These are your 3 clues this evening. 1978, 16, La Voz.
I played for 6 teams. It's not me, though.
It's not you.
You're not Lobos.
No. I am kind of, sort of.
I know.
I mean, in a way,
Under the
qualify for 2 of these, I guess.
Other than 78.
We'll tell you who it is later in the broadcast.
It's not Plummer. Do you have it, Plummer?
What a question.
I don't know. You usually say when you have it.
I've got it.
Okay.
I was just making sure nobody threw me in there.
Marwin Gonzalez will lead things off. Astros have had better at bats the last couple of innings against Chris Archer. But they're down 4 as we play the bottom half of the 7th inning. 9 outs to work with as the Rays lead 6-2. Marwin started off that 5th inning by lining out deep to left field. Steve Cishek, who the Astros recently saw with the Mariners, beginning to warm up in the Rays bullpen, and Gonzalez fouls one past Beltran. Hit Alex Cora in the chest on the bounce. There is the sidearm delivery of Steve Cishek.
Foul tip. Watch Marwin. Okay, I see you.
These guys traded some tweets over the weekend, saying they were looking forward to seeing each other when the Rays came into town. And then Archer got in a Twitter feud and a personal feud with Orbit.
There's a shocker. Orbit tried that with me. Shut him down.
Did you?
Oh, come on. He didn't stand a chance. He's got that great big skull. Not sure what's in it.
Slicing the other way. Dickerson on the move. He will reach out, and it's off the wall. Marwin a double off the wall, and the Astros have a leadoff runner on in the 7th. Dickerson's been tested out there tonight. That one eluded his reach, and Marwin with his first hit of the night.
Well, he made a play going into the bullpen where he was waiting for impact, and here he was anticipating contact with that manual scoreboard out there. Instead of going to get the baseball, he was trying to rob that ball from the warning track, and you could see the panic set in. That's why he didn't go get that baseball. In a perfect world, you go find the wall and make a beeline across and go make the catch.
Guy who hit a home run in his last AB at the plate, Carlos Beltran, got the Astros on the board with his 13th home run of the year. His second in 3 at-bats against Archer. Takes a fastball away, ball 1. 3 at-bats going back to Archer's last start where he faced Beltran. Not second home run tonight.
He has a chance for it.
Could be 3 out of 4 ABs. Down 6-2. The Astros need base runners. Archer over 100 pitches. He's at 104. He averages over 106 pitches per start. Marwin right back on that on-base streak and hitting streak. He's now hitting 12 of 13 and been on base 32 out of 33. Fastball away, 2-1. It all started with that 5th inning. Line drive out by Gonzalez, home run by Beltran, deep fly out by Gaddis, home run by Bregman. Last inning, line drive outs by Altuve and Gurriel and a single by Reddick. Astros have been hitting Archer harder as this game's gone along. Up the middle, base hit, Beltran. That'll score a run. It is now 6-3. Beltran remains hot, and the Astros are down 3 now. 2 RBIs tonight for Carlos.
Piece of hitting by the veteran, Carlos Beltran. Knowing with Marwin Gonzalez hitting himself into scoring position, it would be nice to drive it out, but that was a pretty nasty backdoor slider, but Carlos stays on it and goes the other way. Just kind of flicked it out there.
Archer's night is over. 6 innings plus 2 batters in the 7th. He was in cruise control through 4 1/3, having allowed 1 hit, but the Astros have seen him better lately, and Steve Cishek runs in from the bullpen. We'll tell you about him when we come back. Astros down 6-3. They once trailed 5-0. A runner on first and nobody out in the 7th inning. And the Tampa Bay Rays go to one of their new relievers, Steve Cishek.
Astros are familiar with him. He has faced the Astros and thrown 13 2/3 innings against them and held them to a 2.63 ERA. He has given up 4 home runs to the Houston Astros. He relies on that delivery to create movement and deception. Got himself fastball, doesn't throw very hard, 90 miles an hour, changeup and a slider.
Last time the Astros were home before that last 9-day road trip, Cishek was pitching against them with the Mariners. Not often do you see the same reliever in back-to-back series at home, but Cishek was traded from the Mariners to the Tampa Bay Rays on July 28th while the Astros were on the road for Erasmo Ramirez, and here he is facing the Astros again. Gaddis in 4 career at-bats against Cishek, has a couple of hits, including a home run. Line drive right center field, that's headed towards the gap. Beltran on the move to third. Smith cuts it off. Second and third for the Astros. Nobody out in the 7th.
Tell you what, if Carlos Beltran would have taken a little more aggressive turn around third base, I think Gary Pettis was thinking about sending him, because Alex Smith, I have no idea where he was trying to throw that baseball, but he overthrew 2 cutoff men. Good piece of hitting. Nose down, get the barrel to it, stay on it, and go the other way. Smith does a good job of keeping it from going into that right center field gap, because if that ball does get to the wall, Carlos Beltran scores easy.
Nobody out. Alex Bregman, the batter. He represents a tie game. Astros scoring 2 in the 5th, adding 1 more in the 7th. 2 runners on, down 6-3. Bregman has never faced Cishek. Swings through that pitch, it's 1-1. Off the end of the bat, this is going to score a run. The play is made by Duda to get Bregman. Beltran scores. Gaddis to third. It's now 6-4. Bregman, 2nd RBI of the night.
It ain't pretty, but that's a great job of getting him over and getting him in. going to be unhappy with how you made contact, but you're going to see plenty of high fives for Alex Bregman. That wiffle ball slider off the end of the bat, perfectly placed because it didn't allow anybody to make a play at home plate.
Now with one out and a runner on third base, the Rays elect to play the infield back with Jake Marisnick batting. The infield on the right side is back at second, but Dude is tight at first. So anywhere but a ground ball to first. Longoria is kind of at a tweener spot at third. Now the Rays come in tight. As the pitch is being made, they brought the infield in, and Jake swings through it. Now they go back. Kind of an interesting sequence there to come in while the pitch is being made. Over his career, Cishek has been tough on righty hitters, a .211 career average against righties. Slider, strike, 0-2.
It's pretty nasty. Tough to stay on it.
Cishek, when he's 0-2 on righties, throws that slider 75% of the time. Instead, it's the fastball, and it's no swing, 1-2.
I'll tell you what, with the infield back right now, with one out, Jake up there, he's obviously looking for something he can drive the outfield to get that runner in, but at the same time, it's a lousy 48 hopper to the shortstop or second baseman. You're going to get that run in.
Astros had lefty options on the bench, but a lefty warming in the bullpen. Takes that pitch, it's 2-2.
Gutsy.
A.J. Reed and Brian McCann are lefty hitters on the bench, but the lefty Dan Jennings is warming for Tampa Bay. So is Tommy Hunter. Foul tip, Sucre just missed that foul tip in and out of his glove, so it ends up being a foul ball. It's 2-2.
That close to being a punch out. New life for Jake.
Jake had a 5 RBI game last night, his career high. Way outside, 3-2. Lefty Derek Fisher is on deck. Jake has battled back from 0-2. Now the count's full, and some here of the 22,985 are rising. Pop-up on the infield. Dudo and Miller are there. It is Miller as they kind of converge. And Miller took control for the out.
Good battle. He got a good pitch to hit. Stays on it. Just popped it straight up.
Lefty.
One way to get to know your new teammate.
Lefty Fisher due up, so they will go to the bullpen with the lefty Dan Jennings warming up. Tommy Hunter also out there. Cishek's night is over. Marisnick frustrated on that pop-up. We'll tell you about the new Tampa Bay pitcher when we come back. 6-4. Runner on third with 2 outs. New pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays is the left-hander recently acquired, Dan Jennings.
Still in 2/3 of an inning with these Tampa Bay Rays, giving up 3 hits and an earned run. But you see the numbers overall in the season with that 3.60, 38 punch outs in 45 innings. 20 strikeouts. He's not going to blow your doors off. You have an opportunity as a left-handed hitter if you keep that front shoulder closed. Stay on him. He has a fastball and a slider. The fastball right around 92 miles an hour.
No lefty in the major leagues has made more appearances than Dan Jennings. This is his 52nd appearance. And taking over with a runner on third and 2 outs. So nobody in the American League has more appearances, lefty or righty, than Jennings. Fisher went over the scouting report with hitting coach Dave Hudgens. Looked at what Jennings has to offer. Now he's ready to go. Gaddis on third base, 2 outs. Starts him off with that breaking ball for a called strike. Slider comes in around 83. That one was an 80. In the dirt, 1-1. Jennings will throw the slider more than the fastball when facing left-hand hitters. Overall, about 50-50. Down 2. Astros would love to at least get Gaddis home in this inning and make it a 1-run game in the 7th. Good take by Fisher. 2-1. Nothing seems to phase this rookie.
And you can't tell. Still goes about his business.
Up high, 3-1. The subject of our Twitter Tuesday waits on deck if Fisher can get on.
He's got to be chomping at the bit, 0 for 3.
Tommy Hunter has been warming up. Not sure if Altuve will face the lefty Jennings or not. First things first, it's 3-1 on Fisher. Outside, ball 4. Derek Fisher draws the walk. Astros with runners on first and third. 2 outs in the 7th. Kevin Cash and Jim Hickey are talking about the decision now, and they want Sucre to stall here and go out and talk to his pitcher as they try and decide what to do as Hickey sees if Tommy Hunter's ready.
Altuve was waiting in the on-deck circle, but they see the call going down. I wonder if they're waiting to hear if Tommy is ready to come in. Gets the okay, and here comes Kevin Cash.
Altuve will not face the lefty. Dan Jennings will leave the game. Tommy Hunter will come in out of the bullpen. We'll tell you about Jose Altuve versus Tommy Hunter when we come back. It's pretty good news for the short sample size. At 6-4, 2 on, 2 outs. We'll be back bottom half of the 7th inning. The best hitter of the month of July on deck, and the new pitcher for Tampa Bay is Tommy Hunter.
Numbers on the season: 0-2 record, 34 2/3 innings pitched, making his 39th appearance. That whip right at 1. He throws hard, has a career 4.80 ERA against the Houston Astros. 96-mile-an-hour heater, curveball, 2 primary pitches. Also mixes in a cut and a slider every once in a while.
Or tweets on our Twitter Tuesday about the man at the plate, Jose Altuve. In his career, 4 at-bats against Tommy Hunter. He's 3 for 4 and has 3 consecutive hits against the Rays right-hander. Tying run on first base, go-ahead run at the plate. Astros at one point down 5-0, have battled back in this game. Outside, ball 1. In a perfect world, the Rays use Tommy Hunter in the 8th and Alex Colomé in the 9th. But with Altuve batting, they go to Hunter here with 2 outs in the 7th. On the ground, slowly hit towards short. Echeverria to first. Altuve is out at first base. Echeverria got him by less than a stride, and the inning is over. It's 6-4 as we head to the 8th. Head to the 8th inning. Rays leading 6-4, and the new pitcher they will face in the 8th inning is the right-hander Luke Gregerson.
Last time Luke was out there was back in Detroit on the 29th. He went an inning, gave up an earned run. Batting average against him is .244. You see the numbers on the season with that 2-3 record, making his 45th appearance. He's actually 10th in the American League as far as soft contact percentage at 26.3%.
Well, he will face a Danny Echeverria, Peter Borges, and Malik Smith. 6, 7, and 8 in the Rays lineup. Astros making a bid in that bottom half of the 7th inning. Did score 2, but also left 2 on. And couldn't get Evan Gattis home from third in a less than 2-out situation. Gregerson takes over for Ramin Gudwan, who picked up 2/3 of an inning, allowed a couple of hits, and allowed an inherited run to score. Now Gregerson on in the 8th. Popped in the air, foul. Gurriel gives it a look, but it's out of play. It's 1-1. Altuve was doing everything he could to beat out that Slow ground ball to Echeverria. Danny had just enough and came in just in time to record the out on Altuve, or it would have been a one-run game. There's a good slider for a called strike, 1-2. Echeverria goes down swinging. Gregerson picks up a strikeout on the first batter he faces.
It's a key pitch for Luke Gregerson. Throws it a lot, but a good location down. Swing over the top from Echeverria. Coming into this game, strikeouts per 9 innings for Luke Gregerson was at 10.45.
There are a number of arms in that bullpen this year that have had big strikeout numbers per 9 innings. One of them just moved back into the rotation, and Brad Peacock will pitch in the opener against the Blue Jays on Friday in place of Lance McCullers. Here's Peter Borges. Another good slider for a called strike, 0-1. Luke has that get me over slider and also that sweeping slider that he tries to get the chase on. Close to a strike. It wasn't called a strike, and no swing either. It's 1-1.
Luke has 14 holds on the season, but he has also got 60 saves in the Astros uniform.
Up the middle and bounces through for a base hit. Borges didn't hit it hard, but found the right spot with Gonzalez way over in the hole.
Soft contact, just well located going back up the middle.
Borges on first base with 1 out. Here's Malik Smith. Alex 1 for 3 tonight with a single his second time up. Gregerson making sure he keeps an eye on Borges. Either 2 for 4 in the stolen base department this year. Rays may try and get aggressive here, up 2 in the 8th inning. Bounces that throw in there. Good pick by Yuli.
It was a great pick. Luke has a ground ball percentage of 50%. He's got that good sinker. You have to hit the ball pretty hard to double up Borges and Smith. And I think this right here, as annoying as it might be, is a necessary evil, because we know that Houston Astro catchers have not done a very good job of throwing out base runners, and it's not entirely their fault. I think the Astros are going to put a lot of emphasis on their pitchers being a little bit quicker to home plate and also picking off a little bit more to keep these runners at bay, hopefully, because any opportunity they've had to go, they will.
Pitch homes the ball. Smith, mentioned very fast on the StatCast sprint speed leaderboard. He's 9th overall in the major leagues. 9th fastest player.
It's fast.
Right behind D. Gordon. There goes the runner. Throw is not in time. Borges is safe. picks up his 3rd steal of the season. 1-1 the count to Malik Smith.
Good jump, put his head down. That was a stolen base all the way through. Beat the throw easy.
His 4th steal of the year. So Smith now with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. Smith leads his team in steals with 16. Right now he's looking to do some damage at the plate. Gregerson trying to keep this at a 2-run game. Around the bunt. No bunt attempt, says third base umpire Will Little. It's 2-1.
Oh, so close.
For 50 feet of that pitch, he wanted to bunt.
He did.
Now it's 2-2. Rays led this game 5-0 after 3 innings, and the Astros have been battling back ever since. And Gregerson gets Malik Smith swinging. 2 strikeouts for Luke. And there's 2 outs in the 8th.
Through the sinker. Kept it down.
Sucre, who seems to enjoy himself out there, is the batter now. There's a smile on his face, whether he's pitching, catching, or hitting. Takes a pitch down low for a ball. Sucre last night pitched in that 14-7 game. Gave up 3 runs in an inning. 3rd time he has appeared as a pitcher in his career. 2 of those 3 times have been here at Minute Maid Park. Once as a Mariner and last night as a Red. 1-1 the count. Looking ahead to the bottom half of the 8th inning. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Astros. Josh Reddick, Yuli Gurriel, and Marwin Gonzalez. No bullpen action, so Tommy Hunter, who got the last out of the 7th, will get the 8th as well. Luke ahead 1-2. He got him. Gregerson strikes out Sucre, ends up striking out 3 in the inning. Hit in between. Reddick, Gurriel, Marwin 2 up.
you name that Astro. Brought to you by your local Honda dealer. There were 3 clues, 1978, 6 teams, La Voz. We gave you an extra free clue tonight, not Jeff Blum. Alex Trevino, voice of the Astros, Spanish radio commentator. There he is.
We love Alex. It's a good conversation.
He has great stories.
Jesus Sucre did not look like Alex Trevino on that catch.
No, not at all.
He's kind of let that ball go back off his glove to the backstop. Josh Reddick will lead things off. 22 years, Alex Trevino calling Spanish radio broadcasts. 1-0 pitch on the ground, and it's a foul ball. Just foul, says first base umpire Tim Timmons.
Would have been a lot of fun if that ball gets down that line.
Reddick is lined out to center, grounded back to the pitcher, and singled.
Inches, it looked like.
Astros trying to score some runs against Tommy Hunter, who's been very good lately for the Rays. He has 15 scoreless appearances in his last 16 outings. 0.60 ERA during that stretch, 1 earned run, 15 innings. He's been their setup man this year. 1-2 in the left field. Dickerson is there. And Reddick retired, out number 1. Oh, 1 out, nobody on. Yuli Gurriel will be the batter. Yuli is singled, grounded out, and lined out. Called strike.
This is the Astros' time. They finally got Chris Archer out of this ball game. They score late. They score against bullpens.
Good take there. It's 1-1. Hunter came on in a big spot. First and third, 2 outs. Tying runs aboard, facing Jose Altuve. Jose hit a slow ground ball to short that he almost beat out for an infield hit. Echeverria gunned him down by less than half a stride. Popped up, center field. Echeverria out, making the call, and the catch, 2 away. So Hunter has retired all 3 he has faced. And with 2 outs, he'll face Marwin Gonzalez. Both teams' closers are warming up. Ken Giles for the Astros, Alex Colomé for the Rays. Strike of the knees. Marwin doubled to get that 7th inning rally going last inning. He would score on the Carlos Beltran single. Marwin wasn't sure about that first strike. Jeff Kellogg says it's 0-1. Trying to bunt for a hit. Bunts it foul. It's 0-2.
cutter up and in the hands.
He's been getting in on the hands of a couple of hitters tonight. Throws
Tommy Hunter early on in his career, I don't remember him throwing this hard.
And 96.3 is as high as his velocity has been in his career on average. Throws that cutter a lot to left-hand hitters. Doesn't walk many. He has the lowest walk percentage of any of the relievers in the Rays bullpen. And cutter he just threw to Marwin. He'll throw more than 50% of the time to lefties. That is a call. Third strike of the knees. Hunter strikes out Marwin, and he has retired all four he has faced. Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Ninth inning baseball. Rays lead the Astros 6-4. Tampa Bay has led throughout this game after scoring 3 in the first inning. Astros have cut it to a 2-run game. They turn to their closer here in the ninth, Ken Giles.
Ken Giles on the season with those 40 appearances has 22 saves out of 24 opportunities. ERA creeping down. He's looked good in his last couple of outings. Whip getting closer to 1 also. Got his 22nd save out there in Detroit on the 28th, only throwing 11 pitches.
So getting a little work after 3 days off, and he will face the top of the Tampa Bay lineup, Corey Dickerson, Lucas Duda, and Evan Longoria. 6 runs on 11 hits for Tampa Bay, 4 runs on 7 hits for the Astros. Mike Fiers pitched 6 1/3 innings tonight and ended up with more innings pitched by a third than Ray starter Chris Archer, who went 6. Fiers ended up allowing 6 earned runs. Swing and a miss by Corey Dickerson. 4 were put onto Archer's ledger, as those 2 scored in the 7th were both on his docket. Carlos Beltran with a couple of RBIs tonight. He will lead off the 9th inning for Houston. Dickerson fouls one away. It's 0-2. Giles struck out 2 with those 11 pitches in that game in Detroit in his last outing. Dickerson was the last batter Fiers faced. Drew a walk and scored a run in the 7th. Fastball at 98 up high. It's 1-2.
First fastball he's thrown to Dickerson.
Corey was robbed on a great play earlier tonight by Marwin Gonzalez in the shift. I was with Mike Fiers on the mound. He was on the first base side of second. Now more standard defense, a little bit shifted, but not all the way with 3 on the right side. You see Marwin on the shortstop side of the bag. Dickerson does have the ability to go the opposite way. He has 40 opposite field hits this year, including 2 opposite field home runs last night. Foul tip caught by Gaddis. Strikeout for Giles. First batter he faces.
Fouled off some tough sliders. That one, foul tip into the glove of Evan Gaddis. Big leadoff out for Ken Giles. Trying to keep this game right here.
Here's Lucas Duda. He's been a tough out tonight. Single run scored, double run scored, hit by a pitch. The only time he was retired was on a deep fly ball to right that Josh Reddick caught up against the bullpen fence. Really nice play. Pitch is down low for a ball. Duda 6 for 15 since joining the Rays. Out back, it's 1-1. Tampa Bay just 1-4 on this road trip. They played 4 in New York, now 4 in Houston.
Back-to-back 4-game sets against some pretty good teams. Wow.
They go home from Milwaukee, Boston, and Cleveland. This is the toughest stretch of their schedule. Out back, it's 1-2. Seven of 9 strikes for Giles so far. That's a good sign. And he gets Duda chasing the slider. Gaddis will make the throw. 2 batters, 2 strikeouts. That'll bring up Evan Longoria. Longoria, a home run, a triple, and a single. Has also popped up. He and Logan Morrison going back-to-back in the first. That set a franchise mark. 12th time this year the Rays have hit back-to-back home runs. He takes a strike from Giles at 97. In case you're wondering, there's been one and only one cycle in Tampa Bay Devil Rays and Rays franchise history. BJ Upton. There's a ball towards left. We could see the second cycle. Fisher cuts it off though. Longoria's going to try. Fisher with the relay throw to Marwin. Out at second base. So close to a cycle. Longoria going in head first. Fisher to Marwin to Altuve. And the relay just beats Evan, who is bidding for the second cycle in team history.
He got it.
And he has it. They're going to review this, and he's going to get it.
Marwin cutting that ball allowed Evan Longoria to get this double.
His hand came off, but the glove was not on the arm when the hand came off. Safe, still safe. Now the hand's off, but the glove's not on him. That's going to be a cycle.
And for me, Derek Fisher did a phenomenal job of going over there and keeping it from getting to the wall. And I thought it was a pretty good throw, personally, going into second base. But when that ball got cut, watch it, good job, plant the right foot, Took a little extra step, but I think he was thinking about trying to get a good throw in there. And I think when Marwin cut that ball, it gave Longoria that half step, that just split second to get into second base for that cycle, the second one in Tampa Bay history.
Before he was known as Melvin, he was B.J. Upton with Tampa Bay, and he had the last cycle. And now his teammate, while with the Rays, Evan Longoria, is going to have the second, we believe. Yes, he's safe. That's the cycle. Second cycle in Tampa Bay Rays history, the first against the Astros since Mr. 3000, Adrian Beltre, hit for the cycle August 3rd of 2015. A crew chief review and the cycle on the overturned call at second base.
So a couple of extra steps by Derek Fisher and a cutoff by Marwin Gonzalez allowed Longoria to get in there. Congratulations to Evan Longoria. Mark that off the bucket list of things to do in the big leagues.
Here's Logan Morrison. Slider down and in. Meanwhile, Giles has had a long delay here, trying to keep this at a 2-run game. Upton's cycle came against the Yankees at the end of the season in 2009. 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2. And it's 2-0. There's a strike. Morrison a home run, a ground out, a double play, and a single. He has 2 RBIs tonight. Longoria has 3 runs batted in. The other one belongs to a Danny Echeverria. Quite a night history for Evan Longoria, second cycle in team history. Two and 2.
.98-mile-an-hour heater. Challenging Logan Morrison.
Astros will have Carlos Beltran, Evan Gattis, Alex Bregman due up. If any of them get on, Jake Marisnick. Giles trying to keep it at a 2-run game. Good block by Evan. It's now a full count. Beltran and Bregman hit solo home runs off Chris Archer in the 5th inning. They will both be due up in the 9th. Anticipate seeing Alex Colomé for the Rays in that 9th inning. 3-2, swing and a miss. Giles gets the strikeout. So the Astros down 2 will have Carlos Beltran due up, followed by Evan Gattis and Alex Bregman.
Game down 6-4 to the Rays. MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live Astros baseball. Get Astros home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today.
Astros have scored 2 runs in the 5th and the 7th, trying to keep that odd inning streak alive by getting 2 at least in the 9th, facing the closer for the Tampa Bay Rays, Alex Colomé.
It's been good. 35 opportunities converted in 30 saves, 41 punch outs in 47 2/3 innings. Not a high strikeout count for a guy with a high velocity fastball, changeup, and a slider.
Colomé will face Carlos Beltran, Evan Gattis, and Alex Bregman. Beltran having a nice night, a couple of RBIs and a couple of runs scored. Hit a home run back in the 5th to get the Astros their first run tonight. Beltran has 4 hits in his last 6 at bats against Colomé, including a home run. There's a strike. It's 1-1. With those 2 runs scored tonight by Beltran, he ties the Hall of Famer Tim Rock Raines for 53rd all-time and runs scored with 1,571. 2-1.
Beltran swinging a new stick. When he was swinging earlier in the game, looked like a persimmon driver. This one's a little more updated. Changeup. That was nasty.
2-2.
The slider coming across. I apologize. Good depth on it.
Colomé threw a slider a changeup a little bit in 2015, but has kind of gotten away from it the last 2 years. Probably less than 5 in the last year plus that he's thrown. He likes to throw that slider, though. Especially with 2 strikes, he throws it almost 80% of the time. 3-2 on Beltran. Astros need a runner to bring the tying run to the plate. To center, Borges. 1 away. Bring up Evan Gattis. Gattis has a home run in 3 at bats against Colomé. Saw from Colomé's numbers earlier with the 45 appearances, 47 2/3 innings. Earlier in the year, they were using him at more than an inning at times. Now that they have other arms available in the bullpen, they've been trying to limit him to just the 9th inning. Down at the plate. Tough night for Sucre.
Last night, his ERA took a beating. Now it's him physically. Guys in the truck want to wear this out. It's not a good place to keep checking out where you get hit. Man, all of a sudden you start to feel it up here.
You look at it.
felt it.
And Sucre is in some agony there behind the plate.
Barely noticed.
Last year, Colome came on with a 4-3 lead against the Astros. Friday night game here at Minute Maid Park. Carlos Correa connected on the first pitch of that ninth inning for a home run to tie it 4-4. And then Evan Gattis in a 9-pitch at bat hit the game winner. His 21st home run. Gattis can't win it here, but he can put the tying run to home plate if he gets on. 1-1 the count to Evan. On the ground towards short. Echeverria. 2 away. Astros down to their final out. Tommy Hunter recording 4 outs, coming on in the 7th inning with first and third and 2 outs, and getting the ultra dangerous Jose Altuve. And then he pitched a 1-2-3-8, turned the ball over to Alex Colome. So Hunter and Colome have recorded 6 outs of the 6 batters they have faced. Now it's Bregman's shot. Alex hit a ball deep to center field his first time up against Chris Archer, and then a home run into the Crawford boxes his second time. He also grounded out against Steve Cishek. He's 1 for 3 tonight and takes the ball down low, 1-0. On the ground, Echeverria is there, and that'll do it. Tampa Bay wins the second game of this 4-game series after the Astros won last night 14-7. Tampa Bay comes back tonight with a 6-4 win. Evan Longoria, a star.
Player of the game is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, and it is Carlos Beltran hitting his 434th career home run, tied for 46th all time. He also added a base hit and that, a couple of RBIs on the evening for Carlos Beltran.
Well, Beltran, a couple of RBIs and a couple of runs, but Alex Colome and the Tampa Bay Rays come away with a 6-4 win. Evan Longoria with his second cycle in franchise history in the victory. And Tampa Bay wins 6-4. Back with more, including the postgame show after this.